We're back in the Elden sussy. I'm excited to explore in here. Oh, take your time, Gabe. No worries. I love Left 4 Dead 2. Where'd we go? Oh, do I have to turn it on? Yeah, I should probably turn it on. That'd be kind of important. Merry Christmas, Miku! Oh. I don't know what's happening. I'm walking around to the Christmas tree. This is not correct. Let me go inside the castle. Girl. Girl, bye. It's really cold in my room right now. I'm cold. I'm chilly. It is Christmas time. I forgot how to play. Maybe I should like figure that out before I do anything. Not that it matters. I'm literally playing in God mode, but it's fine. Giggles. Giggles. What's this do? Oh. Well, what's the issue, Gorge? We got here and we can't even do anything with it. Let me in. It looks like it's locked. It's penny shot, Jesus. Oh. Oh. Hi. I will be honest with you guys. I was trying to install a big titty mod and it didn't work. So I'm not very happy about it. Oh, this is gorgeous. Of Rhea Lucario. Well, this is pretty. Oh, wow. How gorgeous is this? No one's allowed to attack me right now. I'm enjoying the immersion. Do not even try fighting me. I will literally do something crazy. I hear noises. I hear a presence. Oh, hey girls. Clocked. Stay down. How do you like it? How do you like it? How do you like it? Gagged. Honey, I'm home. Girl, open the door faster, please. Oh. Hello, everyone. Clocked. Listen, my little like tiny sword from the beginning of the game is taking me places. It's a good sword. I'm gonna beat Melania with this sword. I'm telling you guys. Oh, I broke the set. I'm so sorry. I'm getting the loot. Getting some goodies. Oh my god, I can't even like... I can't sit comfortably because this will fall off my shoulder. Fucking annoying. Let's go. Back it up. Hey, Joe. Gagged. Clocked. Oh shit, yeah. I'm not gonna be able to change the category. Oops. Maybe I could on mobile. Let me see if I can do it on mobile. Edit stream info. Oh, I can. Work. Thank you, Hangry. How you doing? I'm just gonna run past these guys. You don't scare me. Hi, Nordy. There's so many of you guys. I'm out. I don't need you. I like the music here and like the immersion. Why is there an arrow in my foot? Whoa. Yeah, it's midnight here. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. What the fuck is that? Oh. Haha. Can you regen your stamina, girl? Locked. Gravity well. I don't know what that means, but I got it. We gotta go uppies. You wanna go uppies? You want uppies? Me to my short kings. You want uppies? Yes, yes, I do. Hello. Wait, I like your outfit. Can I have it? Give it to me. Where did you guys come from? Guys, I want to unironically buy the Project Diva Miku game. I want to play Miku. Miku. Hey, losers. Hey, flops. There's so many of them. Why did one just throw a pot at me? Oh, the pot is an enemy. What in the fuck? Yeah, it would. The Burger King guys, they totally look like that, RD. You're so correct. I love Scooby-Doo. Which one did you watch? Now, if someone gets a little weed and puts it in this bowl and smokes it, what's gonna happen? They're gonna get really high. Imagine doing this without God mode. I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind. I love the WWE one. It's so funny. That's a classic. Can you please die? Mr. Burger King. You want uppies? Let me search around for some loot. I want to look around. Let me open this. Exactly. I don't know what that is, but I got one. Can I open this door? I want to go in though. What the heck? I mean, obviously, yeah, I agree. I like the old movie with the school of the... I put them on right now? As you should? You too. Happy holidays. Thanks for stopping in. Oh! Would you look at that? Can I save? Because God forbid, like, last time I had a boss fight, it, like, glitched and I died. The live action ones are probably, if not my favorite. But the original cartoon's obviously a classic. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, but it's not letting me level up. Okay. I knew I fucked up. I knew it was gonna respawn all these guys. It's fine. I'll just run past them. Goodbye. 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 Everybody just needs to mind their business. Hello. Oh. It's a wolf. I love the design of this. It's really pretty. Good dog. What was that? Yeah. It's very pretty. I like it a lot. I don't want to hurt it though. This makes me sad. What have you done, Miku? Akadian, thank you so much for coming in. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. How you doing? That was very sad. I like the design of this room, though. Reminds me of Redacted Potter, but it's very nice. It's like Redacted Potter without the redacted. Let's go. What's next? I love the design of this castle. This castle is so gorge. I'm so happy I get to finally experience this game. Like, I get to see what the fuss is about. You know what I'm saying? I'll keep saying that till the day I die. Like, this is like... I'm happy I get to finally know what the hubbub about the Dark Souls or the Souls type games are, because I didn't get to before, but now I get to experience it, which is fun. I understand part of it is like struggling and like leveling up and all that jazz, but that's not for me. What is that? She's queenly. And like still, it's still pretty hard with the God mode on. Like, obviously not hard at all, but like still, like there's still a lot to like do. Like that dragon fight we did, that I was fighting for my fucking life and I had God mode on. Haha, can't grab me, stupid. Haha. Got your nose. Giggles. Thank you so much for coming, Ray. Merry Christmas. Whoa! What's a crab doing up here? I'm gonna go. I gotta go. I cast a magic spell to make it so I don't have any damage. Haha. Giggles. Can I climb up here? Hi, everyone. Oh, wow. I'll go this way. I'm so sorry. There's so many enemies. Like, Jesus Christ. I would literally cry if I had to fight all these guys. What's over here? Do you mind? Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me. I need a key. I can only imagine how hard this is for people that actually played this game legit. There's a thing to do over here, but you've meant to jump for the edge to continue. Huh. Oh, like this edge? What is that noise? My cat is scaring me. You can't jump that. That's too far. I did it. Whoa! Right. Right. Me when God mode doesn't work. Right. True, 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 true. Hi, Ivy. That's what I'm understanding. I think, yeah, it's like environmental damage. Because, like, that's what the crows were doing. We did it. Wait. I like to explore. Hey, no. I don't want to travel. Are there any other traps I should be worried about? Hi, loser. I'm sorry, please. Is that person supposed to be here? Stop! Stop this! Stop! I mean no harm. It's an NPC. Okay, that scared me. Stop! Stop parrying me, you freak! Oh my god. You leave me no choice. Seriously? I'm literally getting wrecked by this NPC. I just got slayed. Did he just heal? Oh, give me a break, dude. Hey! Stop healing. You're an NPC. You're not allowed to do that. Clocked. It is multiplayer, ironically, but that's why I was scared that it was an actual person. I was like, okay, give me your weapon. Oh, he gave me a little something something. Thank you, sir. You're so kind. You're so sweet. Never do that ever again. I hated that a lot, actually. See, but still, that was literally a challenge. Like, oh, this is pretty. Guys, this is so pretty. Oh. I sit back. Sorry. Ew. Why are you nipping at my toesies? Oh, hey, girl. Okay, it's not pretty anymore. I'm scared. I don't like this. What the fuck? I'm scared.
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
Hey, queen. She's very queenly. Oh. Oh. Oh, are they in sleeping bags? I think it's supposed to mimic sleeping bags. Oh, I see what I have to do. I see. Music is gorgeous. Wow.
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
This is beautiful. Holy shit. I'm gagged. I've never seen this before. Hi, Blue. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Thank you for coming in. Enjoy your holidays as well. Thank you, baby. I'm not really sure. I don't really want to either because I really love the design of this area. I'm like, can we just like be friends with them?
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
Oh, so hypothetically you would want to break the orbs before she does this move, I would assume. So she can't do her super move? That makes sense. Hi, Diamond Dave. Thank you for 29 months, almost 3 years. I love you so much. How are you doing, baby?
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
Exactly. You get it, Blue. You get it. The music in this is beautiful. I love the score. Merry Christmas to you too, love. Love you so much. Hi, Narosa. Thank you so much. Happy holidays to you as well. Pip, I caught a sneak of your stream earlier. I hope it was a good stream. Anybody coming in? I'm Nemesis on the network around here every, I don't know, any days of the week that I like to anymore. Happy holidays, welcome in. Happy Hanukkah, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher k'dusanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu ha'hanukner shal Hanukkah. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Beloved.
Whatever you celebrate, enjoy it. Thank you for coming in.
I will hold thee.
We're currently playing Elden Ring with God mode to enjoy the immersion. So, if you're looking for a late night stream, you're over here. Hang out with us. How dare you look so stunning. I love you so much, Pib. Hi, Display Salad.
Upon my name as Ranni the Witch.
You're what?
Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide.
What was that? How was the movie though, Pib? Thank you for the raid again. I really appreciate it. I hope your stream of the movie was good. I saw you streaming the
Of the last queen of
the movie.
Renala of the full moon.
Oh, that's cunt. Come on. How could you not say cunt? Look it.
And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is so gorgeous. Oh. Thank you, Kayla. Oh, work. I only caught a snippet, Pib. Thank you. Not again. Look how pretty this is. This is gorgeous. Happy holidays, Peb. Oh. Hi, Misty. Thank you. Oh, excuse me, I have the hiccups. Of course, thank you for the raid. What is happening? Oh, it's supposed to be fighting me, but I have God mode. Haha. Enjoy your D-drag though.
Come, Oathsworn dragon.
What? Girl, the dragon has health? Oh, girl. Nuh-uh. I'm going straight to the source.
Come, Oathsworn giant.
What? Girl. She's very tall. Very gorgeous. Billowing Surge.
Oh, little Ranni, my dear daughter, weave thy night into being.
Oh, she's a legend. Legends never die. That was gorgeous. The score there was amazing. The character design, A1. Very, very beautiful.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light aplenty, dither not. Ah, is it thy wish to become a
Work.
be not, and I would but
Queen. I found a lost grace. So how is she still alive? I thought we just killed her. Oh. She said, I'm still here. She said, I will not be killed. How dare you try to end my bloodline. Yeah, I don't read dialogue. Oops. I can't read it with my no glasses on, so I don't even bother. What's going on with my boobies? Stop! Oh my god. It's like only this sleeve too. I'm like, what? So where to now? Do we just leave?
art thou now? Be not, I would but
Just beat the shit out of her and leave? Damn. Her pumpkin. Real. Queen. I guess I leave. Goodbye, I guess. Maddie, you kind of look like a potato. Clocked. Don't lie to Maddie. Oh, this is the spot. I want to go through that teleporter now. Giggles. So wait, the fierce other girl is the daughter of that one? That's kind of fierce. What's going on? What's this game about? Honestly, you really shouldn't ask me because I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I wish I knew too. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Same bestie, I just don't understand. Oh, how gorgeous is this? I have no idea where the fuck we— is that a giant turtle?
You're tarnished. I welcome you to the church. I am Muriel,
Oh!
steward of this. My apologies. Do you know how it came? Well, that is a shatter. It is here by the matrimony, and so the Erd tree.
He's so cute. Look at his little hat. Turtle Pope. Soul Player, thank you so much for coming in. Misty, thank you for the subscription. Hi, Curtis. Hi, Dad. Curtis actually isn't my dad. Please don't think he's actually my dad, everybody. Because I say Curtis is hot. That would be weird. Everybody's like, what? Soul Player, thank you for the 10 biddies. Are you enjoying the game, Queen? I really am. I'm happy that I can play on God mode so I can relax and enjoy the ambience and the immersion. Not kill the turtle. Kayla, no! He's cute. Is that a boat? Am I crazy? Is that a boat? What is that? I'm honestly just gonna put it on this side. Maybe Pink is there. We got scurvy. Please level up. I don't know how to! Don't boss me around. I don't like being bossed around. I have a gold sewing needle. Oh, I can atone. That's interesting. Curtis! What'd you get me for Christmas? Two gold doubloons! So real. I have to do laundry. I say that because the pillow I've been sleeping on that's kind of like a squishmallow is... I need to wash it. So I keep sleeping with ointment on and the ointment gets on the pillow. It's not good. Thank you, Curtis. The Dutchman's treasure! Elastic! I should do that. I should make it so 2 gold doubloons is like minimum biddies, and then like the Dutchman treasure is like more than 1,000 biddies, and then plastic is 500. Even though that's out of order, but it would make sense. The rock that just flew. The Dutchman's treasure! Die. Check the axe. It needs 22 decks. I don't think we have 22 decks yet. Good night, Blue. Thank you for being here. Bev! I was talking about you earlier because we were talking about...
Happy Champion Day, my champion. Cool face.
Cool face. Bev, I love you so much. I'm so happy you're here. We were talking about who on the stream is Australian, and I said Marshy and Bev, and that's all I know. Is there like a zoom in button? What is that? I think we're fine. Like, I don't need to worry too much. The Dutchman's treasure. Now that's gonna be stuck in my head, Diamond Dave. How are you doing, Bev? Happy to see you. Oh, it's one of those things. Okay, you're good. I'm just gonna go this way. You didn't see me. Magma slugs. Oh, really? Binoculars would be fierce, I must say. I must say. What is that tower? I kind of want to go there. Let's go. YOLO, am I right, girls? I want to go... Oh. Girl, I'm gonna die. I don't think this is how you're supposed to get over here, but I'm doing it anyway. How are you, my beloved? I'm doing good. I had like some quick family thing earlier, and then I got 2 things of coffee for today and tomorrow. My mom's gonna make like cute little things in the morning, and then I'm just gonna spend the entire day in my apartment by myself. So, slay. Oops. I think I'm gonna treat myself to like buy some video games because like Christmas. Oh my god, wait, this is fierce. A little painting. But yeah, we have the subathon on the 27th, and that's like what I'm prepping for. And then hopefully everything goes well in the new year for my first gig, which will be the first week of January. I'm praying that it's still working out. Everybody please pray for me that it goes through. So yeah. You hear dog collar jingles? What? You what? Hello? No, my dogs are asleep right now. Get him! Look, he's got scurvy! He's literally got scurvy. He just killed all of his friends. You fucking dumbass bitch. Stop teleporting. Teleport tricks. Where'd he go? This is definitely some pirate booty music. We got scurvy. We got scurvy. Can you please? F this guy. He's a poop head. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Why does he have so much health? You're a flop. Somehow I feel like this is Maddie's fault. I sing. Can you get down from there, mister? You know what, buddy? You better drop like a sickening item when I kill you because... Oh, clocked. Deathloop, thank you for the follow. Exactly. He dropped a death root. I literally have no idea what any of these items do, but I'm just like, wow, that's fierce. Right. Anyways. So do I have to somehow get down there to get to the entrance, huh? I don't know how to get down there. So like, what is everybody else doing for Christmas? Why does everybody get to ask me and I don't get to find out what you guys are doing for Christmas? I want to know what you guys are doing for Christmas. No, I actually can't just jump it, Dave. For whatever reason, the God mode doesn't react to environmental damage and fall damage. So it's not necessarily God mode, it's like half-seas. Hi, Aunt. Merry Christmas. Oh, it wants us to go that way. Oh. Slay, RD, slay. I don't either, Diamond Dave, I don't have any plans. I'd like to go to Curtis's house, but he lives too far away. Curtis, fly me out for Christmas. Hey, losers. Oh, clocked them. Oh, Witcher 3? That's a good one. That's a game Marshy likes. Another straight boy game. Him and his Hades, his Doom Eternal, and his Witcher. Those Adelaide boys in Australia. I don't know what accent that is. It's like country. Yeah, he does like Fallout, actually. True. True. And that's probably why he likes it so much. We love our bi king. Our bi short king. Oops. Guys, I started watching Chainsaw Man. Everybody that says they're watching Chainsaw Man, I didn't realize y'all are watching like softcore porn. Like, it is so horny. I was shocked. I was gagged. I love that the women lead it. Like, the women have the men in the palm of their hands. But I'm like, I didn't realize it was so horny. It's so horny. The entire plot is that this guy wants to, like, fuck this girl. Like, that's literally all he wants in life, is to have sex. And he's like, yeah, I can die happy if I die while having sex. I'm like, girl, I can't. I like power in it though. She's fierce. She's cute. She's fun. Another crazy girl to add to my crazy girl stand list. Oh, I like the chandeliers. They're pretty. I feel like my damage isn't bad though, for like literally using the starter item. And I have no armor, so it's like, it's not terrible. It's pretty bad, but it's not terrible. I climb. Yeah, I watched about 6 episodes, and I think there's... Hello? I think there's 12? And I can only watch English dub, because y'all know how I feel about reading. I don't watch the... I unfortunately don't watch subtitles. I wish I could, but I can't. Yeah, Vine is a big fan of Chainsaw Man, and they were like... The reason why I wanted to watch it was because of Vine, because Vine does cosplays, and I just love Vine. Like, Vine's like one of the only people I will ever love in my life. I'm so serious too. And they're like a big stan. So I was like, I need to watch this, see what's what. And I gotta say, they said to read it, like you're reading it, or read the manga, and I would like to see the difference. Did I just come in here for no... Wait, how do I do that? I want to open the staircase. Wait, how do I get up there? Is there a button? Thank you, Diamond. Oh, gagged. Wait, there's a spiral staircase. We need to get up there. We need to call the police. You need to flip the entire building. What? Aw. Well, then the chandeliers will get broken. We can't have that. Huh, okay. Well, I don't know where the boss is, baby, so you might have to direct me. Oh. Almost fell. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed, Curtis, when I watched Blue Exorcist, like I was telling you about, and I read up that the first season finale was not faithful to the manga. Like, they basically made the ending themselves, and then the season 2 is what the original script was supposed to be. So it's not like it's a new season with the characters. It's like the true, there's like a bad ending and then a true ending. It's interesting to see the dynamic, but I think they did the same with Black Butler from what I heard. I've never seen it, but everybody talks about that one. See, this is a test run from when I play Twilight Princess. Is my chat gonna help me out, or is my chat gonna abandon me? This is a test run. Oh, does he keep going up? Yeah, so it's a good test run. If we can figure this out, we can do Twilight Princess. I don't know when I'm gonna stop playing this. Like, am I supposed to get an ending? Like, girl. Like, I don't even know the objectives in this game. I really don't. Like, there's apparently, like, quest lines you can do. I'm like, what? Since when? Okay, let's see if we get the item from him. Magic downpour. That sounds like it could be it. The rat on the chandelier over there? Oh, girl's struggling. Hey, girl. I feel like I haven't seen my cat in forever. I love Monty. Are you naked and immortal? Damn right I am, baby. Hey, Anastasia, how you doing? I don't even know where you would put the item to flip the building, so like, let's travel. Let's look around, shall we? Hi, TG. I'm gonna be honest, Bunny Boy, when I played, I was shocked at like, I just like am so lost with it. I mean, I think if we did like a couple of games whenever we do, if we played it, like I'd get used to it, but it's pretty, not that it's hard, but I was just like, oh, just no idea what's going on. The customization though is really fierce. Like I've never been that gagged. I could definitely see myself putting money on it if I was really immersed. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you. Thank you so much. Ah, look at that. Something fits on this pedestal. We have to find this thing to put on the pedestal. What's this place called? Right there. Can you read that? I can't read it. Study hall. Carrion study hall. Thank you, Red. Thank you. Excuse me. I keep getting emails from like these weird like people on Instagram and they're like, fix your Instagram. Your Instagram is blah 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 blah. I'm like, you're an asshole. Oh, are they really? Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh no, what's happening? Something's happening on wrestling Twitter. Jesus Christ. Oh no, what did he do? Oh my God. RD, Quincy Elliott was apparently transphobic. The one queer wrestler in WWE was transphobic. You're joking. Oh my god. I literally have no idea what's happening. He deactivated his Twitter. I literally have no idea what's going on. Like, I literally have no idea what's going on. There's so much happening on wrestling Twitter with Quincy. Hi, Denny. Quincy Elliott, WWE LGBT plus superstar, denies allegations of transphobia. The wrestler who nicknamed himself the Super Diva has performed in the company's NXT program and a vocal member of the queer community. He has responded and been accused of burner accounts to make transphobic comments on people and fans. Now that they made a statement on Twitter, which reads, "I know some are enjoying the circus, but to clarify the topic at hand, I am being exploited for clout and attention. I am extorted for money by a group of fans hellbent on defaming me. I have been harassed for too long and I'm done." Quincy denies the claims of transphobia and then revealed the truth of using they them pronouns. "I am in no way transphobic. Those who actually know me know that I am non-binary and I go by they them." Girl, sorry. Not that being your claim to denying the transphobia. "I have used my platform in hopes to ignite change and inspire, and I will continue to be a brave for my besties." Alongside the statement, those also attached screenshots of the other Twitter users that he has been threatening to tell everything if they didn't pay. In another tweet, the wrestler claimed that people have wanted them out of the company since they got through the door, before saying they are using the so-called burner accounts and those accounts are not accurate and they weren't Quincy himself or themselves, excuse me. This article is transphobic. I'm just reading or trying to get news from the source. They added, y'all been wanting me out of here since I got in the door and those accounts weren't me. They continued by telling fans to keep the same energy when the people of real-life crimes and allegations, insisting that there are more and there will be no further comments. So, I'm understanding that the situation is that there are burner accounts that people have directly linked to Quincy Elliott and had receipts to him being transphobic in other accounts, and then Quincy came out as non-binary to basically cover their tracks in a way to kind of backpedal. I guess they didn't come out as non-binary until now, and then they're using it like, I am non-binary so I can't be transphobic, is what I'm understanding. Could be wrong. I'm just reading articles. I have no idea what's happening. But I can tell you that the only queer wrestler in the company is now being exposed, and now we do not have any queer representation in WWE. Except for Sonya Deville. Proud lesbian. Alright, moving on. Merry Christmas. What a fucking idiot. Sorry. I don't know the receipts, but if that's the tea, then girl, I can't. Hi, Matt Vega. Thank you. Or you when you get that WWE contract. Baby, I'm trying. I'm trying to get into like indie or like wrestling like training places, but I don't want to train with other men. Like, I don't want to be like, I don't want to go into like training for WWE or pro wrestling and then they're like, oh yeah, you over there, you're gonna be with the boys. Like, if I'm gonna be in the division, if the division they don't do intergender wrestling, I would be in the women's division. I wouldn't be in the men's. So I want to be with the women's roster, if that makes sense. And that's hard to find, like a safe space where you can train. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable walking into any other, to a not queer friendly wrestling school to learn. Hi, house music. Subscribes to the Queen of Twitch. So true, Danny.
Subscribes to the Queen of Twitch.
I forgot that's literally, he reads it for me. I don't have to do it anymore. Is that dead body? Real. I make a commotion. Thank you. I haven't worn styled wigs in a while. I thought I would give it a go. Hi, Sauce. Are there 2 bears right now? What's happening? I love a bear. Thank you for resubscribing, Denny. Denny, has it already been 5 fucking months? That's kind of insane if you ask me. When we have a friend-iversary and I fly to where you're at and we go out to dinner. True. That'd actually be really cute. So where to now? Because, like, now we don't have anywhere to go. How do I do what's her name's questline? I want to do Rami's questline because she's queen. She's so gorgeous and stunning. What the fuck is that? I'm out. Oh, there's a palace over here. Allegedly. I hear noises. I'm just gonna run. Running, running. I'm literally lost. I'm lost in the woods. And happy holidays, everybody. Thank you for coming. What is this? That's a big bear. Yeah, the witch. I want to do her questline. She's mother. Okay. Red's BRB, so we're going to be wandering for the foreseeable future. True. Jellyfishes! Jellyfishing, jellyfishing, jellyfishing! I'm being chased by a giant bear, please. I know you do. House music, I know that's your favorite game. I know you love some Elden Ring. Okay, I'm out. If only. Would it be safe to say the bear is a chaser? You would be correct. Listen. This bear before was just like chilling, and then he saw me and he was like, wait a second. I love the T-girls. I love my girls. I love the dolls. I just have that effect on people. I do. Because I'm so gorgeous, stunning, talented, and everything above. I walk by, dicks go up. I'm so sorry. Do you want some vodka? I would love some vodka. 2 shots of vodka. My aunt said if I went to the Christmas party, she would get me wine. And I went to the Christmas party and there was no wine. So I am disappointed. What is it? Can we go across this bridge? I went to 2 Christmas parties to appease my family after not seeing them for years. And I didn't eat a single thing of food. Everybody had a smorgasbord of food. And I was like, nah. I don't know how I'm alive. I'm watching my figure. Like, actually I am. But like, yeah. So, guys, I literally don't know where to go. Like, I'm literally lost. Like, where do we go? Like, what do we do? I want to fight the... Jesus Christ. Please don't tell me the map gets larger. That will be insane. This map is huge. Huge. Where's the giant snake dragon guy? I want to fight him. I can go with him. I'll fight. I will fight. I will fight. I will fight. The map is only 1. What? Huh? So how many streams of this game am I gonna do? Ah! Scared. This is a big map. So what did you guys get me for Christmas? Anybody want to cough up a present? Listen, Santa sees my house and he's like, oh, I see the LGBT flag outside. I'm not going there. Exactly. Real. My present being 2 gold doubloons. I won. I won. What am I hearing? True. I'm excited to play that during the subathon. Subathon. I'm scared to be out of drag on stream, if I'm honest. I'm not looking forward to possibly getting misgendered. What's that over there? Whoa. Why did I just get shot from nowhere? Oh my god, they have cannons! That guy just got clocked. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm going to the nice building over here. Can you guys please leave me alone? I mean no harm. Look at this loser. That looks fun. I want to go in there. I'm gonna go here and it's gonna be like, there's a locked gate. And I'm gonna be like, I can't. This is too much. Why is everything fucking locked? Is it really that deep? Is there a way to look at like a list? Hey, Flop. Well, this looks very foreboding. Hello. Listen, I don't want to be the one, but I should just be able to walk up and be like, let's go. What is this like? Oh. Miss Kick. I didn't know you could kick. Girl, I can't! Just let me go. Why do I need a special item for everything? Ugh, God. Boo. You stink! I did, yeah. The moon fight. Yeah, that's what we did first thing of the stream. Yeah, this is it. I can equip this? What is it? Okay. Can I not? No, literally. I mean, I guess I'll go to the round table. I have no idea. Like, I'm so lost. Denny, please. Have you been drinking, honey? Let's go to the fingies room. Yummy fingies.
I only find you have earned now to become the finger as much. Now become.
Oh, that staff is fierce. You can go to Limgrave and go towards the right. What is this? A full moon and launch it at foes. I can get a spell that makes it so I launch a moon at foes. Real. This staff is so pretty. Ugh. But I want the moon spell. I want to be magical. Oh, I can probably, you know, do a little magic trick to get some intelligence. You take the moon and you take the sun. You take everything that seems like fun. Rana. I think I'm gonna go for the moon. I don't. Oh my god, somebody bought me something off Throne. Oh.
Merry Christmas was sent via throne.me.
Thank you. Did you buy me the Slackoth? Angel baby. I'm like expanding my Pokemon baby army. I have a Trapinch and now I have a I think it's Slacking. I always get them mixed up, but he's like my baby. Thank you so much for gifting me a little present. Thanks, babe. So real, Curtis. So real. Curtis is so sexy, it's true. Hottest guy I know. Cheddar was truly one of Cartoon Network's most underrated shows. So was Flapjack. Flapjack was underrated. I loved Flapjack.
Now go forth, little.
We need to get my girl a pair of shoes. Happy holidays, Curtis. I hope we can see each other at some point in the next year. Quismos. Yeah, we need to get her like a sock or like a shoe or something. Not like the pit crew.
Well, I took you no matter how you're on.
I never watched that show, Red. I was too like young and like scared of like stuff when that show was like playing a lot. I was like, this is scary. I'm scared. When do I get to be on the pit crew? Oh. I would like to see it. Can you be on my personal pit crew? Because I'm just saying. Merry Christmas. Thank you, baby. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. I hope you're having a good holidays. Don't be a stranger now. Curtis is the pit crew of the Nemesis Network. The rumors are true. Oh, I can't fight in here. I'm like, I want to break the table, but I can't. Hee hee. Okay, let's leave. I don't... How are you like... I was talking to my friend and they were like, there's no real guidance for this game. And I'm like, so how, what am I supposed to do? I need someone to hold my hand. It's too much. Like, it is so... I want to see, Curtis. You better send me, like, pictures and stuff. You better treat your Pisces babes right. You treating me right, you treating the baby right. I mean, look at the material. See on the map towards Limegrave there are paths. What's that? What's Limegrave? Oh, over here. Is this a path? Oh. What have you gotten from your... So when you buy something on Throne, it takes it off the wish list. I believe. Yeah, so the thing Curtis just bought got taken off the wish list. Oh, and that Trapinch plushie I've gotten. Hold on. Ow, fuck. Marshall bought that for me, like, not on Throne. He just like sent it to my house, so I have to take that off really quick. Okay. It also doesn't show like everything. Like, hello? Oh, it says load more. I'm like, what? Like, there are clearly some things on this I want, and it's not showing up, but... Okay, yeah. Everything on here I don't have. So real. Well, I gotta play with Denny's skin on Fortnite on stream, so I can show it off. And then I gotta play it full graphics for Denny, because everybody's not playing it with full graphics. Well, but then also, when I go to my travel, I'm not gonna dox Denny, but like, I need to go see Denny. Wait, you got it? Yeah, I did. Of course I did. Why would I not? Yeah, everybody go buy the skin. Is it still in the store, Denny? Denny's a Fortnite master. Am I going the right way? I'm not. Go buy Denny's skin in the Fortnite store. Oh yeah. Guys, Denny's kind of a big deal. Listen, I'm sexy and cool, but also Denny is sexy and cool. And if me and Denny ever hang out, I think the internet would blow up. Right? They're so pretty though, Red. I love them. That also wasn't a threat that I was gonna blow something up. I just want that to be known. Please, nobody... FBI agent in my camera. I'm not... Oh! 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 You are sick. I do not. I have this bomb ass baby. I know. Can we upgrade the horse? Like, why am I riding a donkey? No shade to this horse. This poor thing. Ew.
Hello? Can you hear me?
No, I can't.
I'm stuck. Hello?
But yeah, if anybody does want to get me something off Throne, it's like a safe version of like gifting stuff, so you can go look there. There's gift cards, there's plushies. Can I get off the thing? Gift cards, video games, plushies, everything. You can use in chat Throne or gift, exclamation point Throne, exclamation point gift. What is this guy doing? Are you okay, sir? Is he okay? I kind of feel bad. You're doing great. You're doing amazing. All right, I'm out. It was fun while it lasted. These maps are huge. I want to go there. There are so many structures that I want to climb. But also thank you all for being here. I posted it earlier on, I think I posted it at like 5 a.m. yesterday, but like I was just like really grateful for like all the opportunities and all of my community members, because like without everybody this year I wouldn't have gotten all the opportunities I've gotten. Like I've gotten partnered with 2K, Capcom, AMD, G Fuel, like gotten so many amazing opportunities. Like I've gotten to fly across the country more than once this year, which is more than ever. And I'm even hopefully going to be able to travel internationally soon. Gotten so many sponsorship streams to just do what I love, sit here and stream for you guys. So I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Appreciative for everybody, especially the mods. Thank you for being here and helping out. And the long-time subscribers. This guy again? Also, anybody on YouTube, because we hit 11K on here this year, and then we hit 3K on YouTube. We got 2,000 subscribers on YouTube over the course of less than a year, which is crazy, because I hit 1K at the start of 2022, and then we got over 2,000 subscribers over the last couple months, which is fucking crazy. And then we're almost at 100K on TikTok, which is insanity. Thank you for gifting.
Sent via throne.me.
Okay. Thank you. Oh! 2 in 1? Did you really? Hello, what's
Merry
happening?
Christmas, growing hearts, sent via throne.me.
Thank you. Fuck. I love presents. I literally can't pause my game. Can I please? Thank you for the gifts. I love presents. Hello, I'm trying to pause my game.
It's always fun to watch you less than 3.
But thank you for the gifts, Denny. I literally, I don't know how to pause this game. Like, what's happening? Thank you so much. Thank you for 4 months of subscription. Thank you. Thank you again, Denny. I love you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Sauce. Thank you, Bev. Love you. You can't pause. Okay, work. Well, what happens when I have to pee? Because, you know the ox has a double jump? Oh, it's an ox, not a donkey? Is there a difference? They're both ugly. Sorry, that's not nice. So, like, are we in hell right now? Like, what's happening? Why is the sky, like... I'm scared. Miku enters hell. Work. So, time to go home and have the rest of that pasta. It's where I live. Oh, makes sense. Huh. Oh, it's diseased? I too go to Khaled. How do you pronounce it? Like Khaled? Like DJ Khaled? Is that really what we wanted to name it? Oh. Not quite yet. What is that? Girl, I'm okay. Skelly, thank you so much for the follow. Can this thing get away? Like, literally go, get out. I'm being chased by an ugly ass bird. Y'all know how I feel about birds. I think birds are the most disgusting thing on this planet Earth. Sorry. Just how I feel. Right. Anyways. Which is worse, birds or rats? Birds. They're literally rats with wings. That's not even an exaggeration. Seagulls are the most disgusting, atrocious thing that I've ever walked this planet. The sunglasses? Birds, goulash, twinks. Real. Not even just twinks, because twinks are cute, but like Scorpio twinks. Never! No. 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 And the transphobic ones. Yeah, pigeons and seagulls. Nar. 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 Yeah, the birds outside my window right now, because I live with like a bunch of... Is that a dragon? Why are there just 2 dragons chilling down there? Hello? I don't think I should be here. I want to go over there. There's a bridge. Do you see the bridge to Terabithia over there? If I ever got attacked by a bird, I'm sorry, that bird's not living. PETA can get me now. PETA can flag the stream. That bird is not making it. Oh, I'll fight her. I will literally, ooh, I wish it would try me. They make me mad. Well, yeah, it's rumored that the new WWE game is coming out soon. Because they usually come out this time of year. So, I'm excited to see if that does turn out. And I'll be one of the first to play, so... Girl, the map got bigger. Guys, we're done. It's over. Are these literally just dragons? I gotta go. The casual dragon's just chilling. And there's acid rain happening right now. Oh, that's right, there's Rot. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. Why are there literally just dragons waltzing about? Like... What? No, I'm actually scared of that. Stop. What is that? Stop. No. What is that? I'm literally scared. I don't want to go near it. I'm literally scared. What the fuck? I'm literally like, that actually jump scared me. It's howling at me. I can't do this. Not gobbledygook. When fucking Maurice was in it. Guys, that is scary. There's dragons circling it. Guys, it's huge. I'm literally scared. What do I do? I need to get past it. Oh, she's dying. Oh, she passed away. Now the dragons have red eyes. Okay. Oh, she passed away. House music, can you please care about my feelings, please? Or at least pretend. This is literally what's gonna happen during Twilight Princess. Everyone's just gonna... Okay. Right. Anyways. I don't want to kill a dying dragon. That is so mean. Why would I do that? She's suffering with rot. Like, let her die. Let her rest. Why are there literally dragons just waltzing about? I'm so serious. Like, what is this? Hi. Guys, I can sneak past it. Guys, I'm gonna sneak past it. Watch. Watch. She has no idea. Literally has no idea right now, guys. She literally has no fucking idea. She has no idea. She has no idea. She has no idea. She has no idea. Guys, she didn't see me. I did it. Could you imagine it like swooped in and like tried attacking me? Now that you mention it, it does kind of look like Mia Yim. Not the face, but the ponytails. What is that up there? Can I have a second? What is that? What? Hello? Do you mind? This is how some of y'all look in the chat. This is Curtis. Tiny top. Good morning, Telasessi, my good bestie. Girl, I can't do damage to this thing. Oh my god. Oh my god, Kindred from League of Legends? I'll be home for Christmas. Oh, gagged her. That's what you got, Kindred. Bad jungler. Jungle diff. Like, listen, I'm so good at this game, you guys can't even see me dodge. It's like the speed of light that the game doesn't even pick it up, so like that's how I'm not getting hit right now. Like, it's literally a skill issue. Like, if you were playing this game and struggling, literally skill issue. Is there a way to actually see the amount of things you've killed in this game? Like, is there a list? Is there a journal? Clocked. Gagged. Those moves are so satisfying. I fucking love it. Wait, yeah, I can't hit it with the big boot. Hold on. Wait, no, get off the horse. The horse is gonna die. PETA, the horse is dead. Oh my god. She goes for a big boot. Oh! Charlotte Flair goes for the big boot on Ronda Rousey. It connects. Oh my god. God, we need Charmother to come back at Royal Rumble. I'm begging. This bitch is a lot of, like, we need to get some damage numbers in me. This is too much. Well, thankfully, Denny and Curtis just got me some things off my throne because I didn't get anything for Christmas. I will be honest, I love my family and I gave a majority of my family members Christmas gifts and I didn't get anything back. I got RuPaul's Drag Race Mad Libs. What was that, $5? I bought you the dumbest little decoration ever. I can't wait for you to see it. Please? I can't wait to put it up. I just reorganized my stuff behind me. I haven't done like a no green screen stream in a while. I mean, I'll do it for the subathon because I'm gonna have to, but. I can't stress this enough, two-handing. I can't stress this enough. I literally, I don't like, I'm just here to play the game. These little guys. Oh, well. Can you go in the water in these games? Like, that water looks very scary over there. Clocked. There's no damage boost. I'm doing negative damage with the two-handed. Did something else just spawn on top of me? No, I'd have to agree with Talos. I'd have to agree. Yeah. Okay, the two-handed is not working. It's not giving. Hold on, I do have, hold on. Control numpad 6. Okay. Hey, buddy. Come here. Hiya! I did it! I don't know what happened. That was crazy, guys. That was literally crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything. It's just, it's actually my iPhone making a noise. I'll turn the noise off. Good, very good tea. There is one I want to turn on though. My stomach keeps rumbling. I'm gonna go to the bathroom in a second. 100% drop rate. Definitely want to do that. I think that'll also make for a better experience. Can we get off the horse? Peter, the horse is here. What do you need to use these weapons? Like, why is it not letting me use these weapons to the maximum potential? Is it because I have low dexterity, or I have low endurance? Like, what is it? Hey, Nem. Hi, Epsy. Need to be not red for that weapon. Look at the new ones. Okay, well, let me go to the bathroom really quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. If we get raided, entertain the audience for me. I need to use the bathroom. I need to pee. What else was being said in the chat? Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas. Yeah, very Christmas cheapness. I have literally never had a harder time going to the bathroom than just now. My dress is like, it goes to the floor, so I was trying to like pee, and like I had to like, I couldn't hold my penis and hold the dress up at the same time. Yeah, so. Just thought I'd share that information with you guys. You're welcome. Did you really get Metopia?
Merry Christmas cool face sent via throne.me.
What? Someone came in and said cringe stream. Good one. I wasn't even in the chair and you said cringe stream. You're funny. Thank you for the video game. Oh, that's awesome. That's gonna be so fun to play together. They got us good. Yeah, very cringe stream. You really got me. The way I literally wasn't even here to see it. Wow. Big L. So I need more intelligence for this. And I need more... What is the one I just got? I got this. So I need more dexterity. And I actually don't. I need more phi. Phi? Is that what it's called? Phi? Well, I would assume there's hopefully a grace in here. Excuse me. What is that at the end of the hall? Merry Christmas, Denny. Thank you for the gifts and thank you for your generosity. I'll see you later. I'll text you tomorrow. Merry Christmas. Well, I'll text you tonight and then you won't answer tomorrow. Until tomorrow. What is that? Are you gonna hurt me? What is this thing? Hello? Bro got the gamer hunch. Damn. Is this Solomon Grundy? Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. Sure, here, take it.
I smell it. Death feeding me. Tarnished. Bring more deaths. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
Feed me, Seymour. Oh, it just fell off my top. It just fell off. Oh my goodness, my breasts. Oh! Everything's just coming undone.
I shall grant thee feed.
What the fuck else do you want? Oh, I didn't mean that. So what's happening? So what's going down? I need to get more stats. So I did this all for nothing because he gives us nothing. What a stupid... Oh my god, that's a lot of... I have a lot of EXP. He's an endgame thing? Oh. So why am I here? I can't read. I'm using X-ray vision. I can see all of your Nope. I do look at the VODs and I'm like, this is bad. I'm like squinting my eyes a lot. Is she the boss of this region? I'm not fighting her right now. I'm not fighting her. She's final boss to me. Oh, okay. I was like, there's no way. She's endgame. And she is. She's mother. She's mother! Numpad 0. Oh wow, I like that noise. Oh wow. Okay, I have to do it one more time. I'm sorry for the loud noise. Perfect. I love this song. I do too. I love this song. I'm glad my chat is like popping their pussies right now at literally like so early in the morning. We're crazy. Okay, let's go to the boss. Let's go. Oh my god. I know, it's kind of the spot. Okay, we have to go right. You said we go to the right. Where do we go? Guys, look. Uh-oh. It's back. The green screen mistletoe. Giggles. Until I reach a castle. Right, right. Anyways. Curtis, don't lie. You wanna have the sexy time.
Somebody say boom!
Here in K-Lid. I don't even know what you call it. Talos! You missed it earlier, Bev. Someone was talking about pee. They said in Australia, piss equals beer. The rumors are true. I want to do something. Okay. All right. I have a question for you, Dragon. One second. Oh, hold on. I know what to do. Hey, buddy. I wanted to test the theory that it was working. Hold on, I have to test it. Listen. I think there's more important things to fight than these dragons. And you know what they say? As a wise woman once said, I'm going to be dragging these nuts across your face. Perfect. Now we have lots of stuff. Okay, it worked. Perfect. Nope. I turned it off, so it's fine. Perfect. We did it. I'm literally so good at this game, like literally amazing. Right, exactly. You get it, Talos. You get it. You get me. We still need more dexterity. Oh no, I need faith. Girl. He's getting crunk at a Christmas party. Start praying. I'll have you slaying. I'm excited to fight the boss. I saw that. I can't. It won't let me. It still won't let me. It says I need more. I need faith. I'm not praying enough. Hello? Well, how am I supposed to get down there? Fall damage check. Should I follow this path? Yeah, I think it was Corey Graves that said it too, and I was like, girl, Corey, sit down. Go pee on your wife. She likes to be pissed on. And then Corey probably gets pegged. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying this. You're fucked for that though, Talos. You got me so upset. I was like actually mad at you. I was literally so mad at you. And you had no idea. Like, you scared me so bad. If Mela got fired after Mandy Rose, I would literally be distraught. I'd be lost. Can you F off? Hello? I would be so, the only reason I'd be like so upset is because like she's literally out of wrestling because she had a miscarriage. So like if they fired her, I would be so livid with WWE. Where? What does this mean? I don't know. I need to find the map. Yeah, she did. Her and Corey, I guess, were trying to, because she has stepchildren, but she wanted to have her own kid. And she said, I think November is the month for like, ew! November is the month for like, I think like, miscarriage awareness, or like women that unfortunately do not like can't that have gone through that. It was like awareness month. So she posted it at the end of the month, and like WWE and everybody's been like really supportive of her, so like I would be shocked if she actually got fired, is what I'm saying. But I don't know when she's gonna return to wrestling. Like maybe Royal Rumble, but I don't think. I think she's like focusing on her. I'd love to see her return because she's one of my favorites ever. I think I found the boss, guys. Yeah, we need to get Matt Riddle out of here. Right. Anyways. Talos! Real. Get her again for me. Everybody being like, no, Nem, that's not it. There's another boss. Girl! What? I can't make it over there. Very dramatic singing. Alright, this game is heavy exploration, so don't worry about the order of bosses. That's what I've heard. Sal, thank you for the follow. Or Sai. Welcome in. Happy to have you. I need more stamina. Like, how do we upgrade that? You're so real for that. Girl. No! Again! I don't think the dragons are fun. I will be honest. I'll fight the real ones. I don't want to fight those guys. They're boring. The fuck? They're all the same thing and have the same music. Who cares? I'm not here to play Skyrim. If I want to fight a dragon, I'll play Skyrim. Your girl needs a shower. No, I like when she stank. Sorry. Where do I go now? Listen, you've said worst. You've said worse. Whoa, buddy, you better put that down. Oh, I gagged him. He was not ready for that. Literally, like, why am I not getting any armor sets? Like, can I get some... Okay. What? Orc. Fierce. I don't want it, though. Get it out of my inventory. I'm gonna sell it when I get back to the table room. Oh, we get some shoes. The way it won't even let me put on the armor. Girl. I know, I'm so excited for it. Wrong menu. That's awkward. Ew. Ew. No, I don't want pants on. Ew. Ugh. Girl, bye. Hi, Harry. How are you doing? Happy to see you. I love you so much. How are you doing? Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Okay. Work. Let's level up our faith. I felt that, bestie. I literally went to bed. The reason I'm streaming now is because I went to this family little thing because I need to make more an appearance. I need to make more of an appearance in my cousins' lives because, like, I helped raise them. So I was like, oh, this is crazy. Like, they actually want to see me. And I was like, okay, let me go to this thing. So I went, and it was from 1 to 4. And then I got home at like 5 o'clock, and I was like, I'm gonna take a nap. And then I slept until 8. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna get pretty and then stream because why not? We still need more faith because I am not. But at least it's pretty. Can I change my shield? I'm gonna change my shield. This shield's ugly. I don't even like it. That's fine. Whatever. Let's ride. What's this? You have a... No, I don't. I literally can't use anything. Please stop. I know what I'm doing. Is this a... Ugh. I have a spear. Ugh. I don't like any of this shit. Okay. Is that the castle? This music is scary. Well, how do I get down there? I'm gonna drop down and it's gonna kill me. Drop damage be like... What the hey? Thank you. No, like, yeah, fall damage still takes effect in this. I don't know why. Good night, Tellus. Thank you for coming and hanging. Happy holiday. Happy holidays. Haha, gay. The way that thing just fell from the sky. Wait, is there a tree house? It looks like a tree house. Yeah, gay rights. Only the good gay people, not the nasty gay people that are mean and transphobic. Only the very cute gay people that will give me a nice little smooch and don't think I'm ugly and atrocious. Then it's okay. Exactly. I want to go in the treehouse. This area is literally scary. Like, what is happening? Exactly. Exactly. Chat seems real quiet. I know. Literally, guys. Come on. I'm kidding. Everybody's fucking sleeping. Oh. I'm just gonna leave it off the shoulders for a little bit. I don't want to keep adjusting it. Not I slurp. Oh! You what? What was that? Oh my god! So real. We love women, we love women. Can you please? Okay. Losers. Oh, gagged. Oh, I'm clocking them. Wait a second. Do you guys like Christmas music? Do you enjoy a nice Christmas song? I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't. I'm like, girl. What was that? Oh. I'll hashtag be real for you guys. I could not name probably one Christmas song I enjoy. I'm gonna be honest. Yo, look at that ass. Okay, Dumpy. Maybe that's because like my Christmas hasn't been like good for the last couple of years, but I don't know. Maybe I'd be more in the holiday cheer if I actually had a Christmas that I enjoyed. Because like I get in the holiday spirit for everybody else except for myself. I'm like, yeah, here you go, here's a gift, here's this, here's that. And then I'm like, wait, what about me? What about me? Remember last year's Christmas where my mom got my sister her husband an air fryer? Well, yeah, that's kind of like this year. My mom kind of like was like, hey girl, I'm trying to do something for your stepdad this year. Can I like, you know, can you like help me out? And I was like, of course I can, but like, what are you gonna get me? She's like, moisturizer, makeup wipes. I was like, oh. Cardi B Christmas song. No, literally, I was like, what? What film? Why is this locked? Can I just have one day of peace that I don't have to do 500 things? Oh, real. How many, like, what are we doing here? Like, what is our goal? Boo. Beefy buff daddy, go sleep, sleep. We lost, we cry. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, Curtis, I love you. So like, why do I have to do all these puzzles? Girl. Enough! Okay. Well, the ox doesn't like... Is the ox dead? Oh. The ox is dead. My ox is literally dead. I'm surprised this one game of the year. I will say, I definitely think it deserved. I really think it deserved. Playing this comparatively to God of War, yeah. But I'm just shocked because like I thought the fans weren't gonna vote for it. But it was definitely deserved. I'm really enjoying my time. But I'm also playing with God mode, so. But I'm definitely enjoying it more than God of War, if I'm honest. If I'm honest. If I'm honest. Oh! I'm actually not enjoying this game anymore. I think God of War is better. It didn't deserve Game of the Year. Oh, you're sick. Last Christmas, I gave you my ass. Real. Huh. Okay. What a dumb... This tower with no entrance on the bottom. Okay. Girl. Please F off. Gagged. I won't fall for the mistake twice. That is such a troll spot that they try to get you with. Can you let me in? Hey, sir, can you let me in? Let me in. Why won't he let me in? Let me in! Open the door. Open the door. Bitch. Thank you for that clip. Giggles. Dude, her booty cheeks are out. What? Get out of my face. I'm in the castle. This is my castle. Oh my god, he's dead! No! Hey, Flop. Oh! Got your nose. Got your clit. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. I didn't need all that. Oh, slides down. That would make my fingies hurt. Fuck off, dumbass. Scrappy Doo looking ass. Hey, Flop. You don't scare. You know what? I don't need this. You know what? I am gonna leave. Hello. My boobs, like, I use my boobs instead of my hands to get down the ladder. Oh. Oh, they're just fighting each other. They're literally just clocking each other. Bro, they're just doing damage to literally to each other. You just killed your brother. Me and who? Can you stand still so I can smack you? Okay. All right, buddy. Oh, missing her. I actually had a really good conversation with my uncle, cousin, my cousin's uncle, my uncle's cousin, my uncle's brother. I had a good conversation with him today. Thank you for the excellent stream. You're welcome, Ward. Thank you for being here. I did have a girl, not the tutorial, not right now. Ew. Ew, what is that? Oh, I'm done. Ew. Stay away. Oh, sorry. The conversation was that he was actually really into WWE and we were talking about it, which was really nice. And then he said how Kenny Omega with the trans sign thing, like trans rights sign, which was very cute. He's like, yeah, I loved when he like went up to the sign with the trans rights on it. Like, love that they didn't like censor it or whatever. It was really nice to see that. I was like, yes, trans ally, period. But also WWE and like wrestling ally in my family that I had no idea about, but like work. Oh, boss fight. It's boss time. Someone do the command. Hey, can you guys F off? I'm picking up too much shit.
Boss time!
Exactly. Because it is boss time. Real. I need more fate. Ah, what is that? Can I sell stuff here? No, I haven't yet. Not yet. I will. It took me a while to even get these set up, so I'll try to stay on top of it, but I know Marshall said he was gonna make them for me so I could just upload them, but let me actually save again. And then we go in. Slug, thank you for the follow. Let's see. You're like a lion. Oh, damage. Oh my god, we're finally doing damage. Fears. Wait, what? Hold on a second. What the? 2-on-1, not fair, I must say. Unless it's in another setting, if you know what I mean. Oh. Just kidding, don't fucking touch me. Nice. Those moves are so satisfying. Like, I love them. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Real, Diamond Dave, real. Like, literally, he's using... So he's using Minecraft fly hacks? Wow. Couldn't be me. Oh, and he has a tail? How is that fair? Miku slays another day. Me when Miku goes hee. I would never. I would never do that. Sorry. Minecraft. I know you have Minecraft. I know you have Minecraft. Minecraft. What's that? What if I died from that fall distance? What's this button do? Breaks the game. Could you imagine? Let's go this way, shall we? Hello? Is that a person? Hello?
Oh. Tarnished Eye, how did you slip inside with the gate closed? If you can fell
With
one of
lube?
them, you're a champion. I am Jaren. Incidentally, well, it's true that when the stars are a war festival, the mightiest demigod of the Shattering, and bear...
I love a good festival. I do!
Well,
I
good.
do.
As you should. The festival affords glory to warriors. Then all you need is a little patience. When the stars align, the festival will be declared.
I love a festival. I do. I must say. I must say. Get our drink on at the festival. I'll get a nice corn dog. Maybe some fried dough. Okay, so how do we start the festival? Are you ready to start the festival? That's a Yoimiya voice line. Genshin Impact.
Have when the stars align.
I love carnival food. I also love carnivals. I would love to go to like Six Flags or like, I don't know, like Disney or something. The festival was already supposed to have started when you arrived. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, it says when the stars aligned. I might have... It might be like when the nighttime happens, no? Are you ready to start the festival? Yoimiya's voice line, the way she says that. Festival? It's so... past time until nightfall. Let's see.
Go on, this old geezer.
Huh. Oh, I can't fight anymore, so the festival started. I can't fight anymore, so the festival really must have started. Wait, which way am I supposed to go? Like, where is the festival, per se? Is it this way? Yeah, I can't do anything now. It must have started. Do you have to backtrack? That seems really odd to me. Like right here. I just don't know. You guys know more than me. I don't know.
Go on now, this old geezer.
Well, it's weird because it's like not letting me battle anymore. So something's definitely happening. Let's walk back more, shall we? So you guys aren't here for the festival. My stomach right now? Girl. Not Marshall texting me saying he he literally almost electrocuted himself. Okay. For some reason that this is supposed to be glowing. Well, clearly something is not right. Is it because I haven't gotten the map for this area? I haven't unlocked the area. That's probably what it is, guys. I bet on it. Bet on it, bet on it, bet on it, bet on it. I'm not gonna stop, that's who I am. Not gonna get in my a classic. Thank you so much. Enjoy your Christmas dinner, Bev. Love you so much. What was that? The festival is part of Ranni's quest? Do you mind? Come at me again. Flop. Don't try it with me. So you have to wait to do this till later? Really? That's interesting. Is that true though? You think? That would make sense, cause like it's talking about like the stars aligning. Okay, that makes sense. Let's just get the map as much as we can fill out right now. How do you like, I'm just like confused on like how you do like quest lines for characters, because like as of right now there's like really no like guidance in a way. But I guess that's like part of the gimmick, is that you're supposed to like find everything out yourself. I wish there was more guidance. But that's what you guys are helping me with, which I appreciate. But like, that's my main thing with like these like type of games, like these like I guess like this kind of classifies as kind of a horror game, but also like just like eerie. Like a lot of these games, like they want to immerse you into it, so they don't give you like direct directions because they want you to like find the riddles and like do all that stuff. I'm like, girl, I just need to know where to go. Like. Oh my god. I don't know how I'm alive. That was so lucky. Hi, gay. A lot of the quests for NPCs are kind of what you link onto other characters, like finding items. You kind of just assume who they would be for. Oh, really? I would never know how to do that. Hello? Oh, hey, this is where we were when I played the game the first time ever. Oh, memories. Can we not get here? Well, I want to go here. Yeah, this definitely did deserve Game of the Year, if I'm honest. I'm just really glad we can experience it. Cause like, if this wasn't a feature, I just like there's like actually so much to do, and like it's all very interesting, and like I love like mythology and like look, what is that in the distance right now? I love lore and mythology, and like I also like how this game is like really dark. Like looking at it compared to like the things that were compared to it, like Stray, God of War, like there's a lot more to. It's definitely at the caliber of like Game of the Year, if not Game of the like last couple of years, which is crazy for me to say. I never thought I would hear the day of me saying that, but it's pretty solid. And this is also like coming from the perspective of someone that's never played a Souls game, so I'm impressed. I mean, to say the least. I haven't even watched anybody play a Souls game, never seen gameplay of a Souls game. This is my first time. Bye, losers. I just feel like there isn't enough guidance, but that's what made it good. Like, I guess being open-ended is what makes it good and its downfall. True, I see that, yeah. I mean, for a new player like me, it's like difficult, and also like someone that's bad at video games like me, it's not very great for like a newbie like me. But somebody like Red or like Slay Mama or even Marshall, it would probably be a lot easier for you guys, opposed to me being like a newbie. I'm impressed with how like diverse the areas are too. Like I feel like a lot of the areas like I haven't really been to, which is good. So that's like a problem with like games like they reuse like we talk about reusing assets a lot, but I feel like the way they tackled it here is the appropriate way to do it. It doesn't feel very repetitive and like I'm like, oh my god, we have to go here again. Yeah, you should get... What was that? Me just like catch... Oh, another castle. Why am I being shot? Is that from the castle? Yes, it is. Oh my god. You know the little... Can I please? You know the little trails of light that the Grace puts out? Those are to guide you to main objectives. Gotcha. That's why I like this game the most. The other Soulborn games all had the same environment. It kind of looked like the same entire thing. This one has diverse for me to care. Yeah, I like that there's different like parts to them. Why is it literally like I'm not in combat anymore? The ballista's gone, like please. Okay. What? Hello? Okay. The map is huge, guys. And someone said it's like not even a third of the way out. Like, Jesus. Well, I want to go towards this castle. I don't know what's the T, but I want to find out. They're shooting a ballista at us. I want to know what the T is. Girl. Oh! Hi, Vlad. Oh, I don't even think it's like a ballista. It's like literally a person. It's like archer guy. Oh, what the fuck? It's a giant archer guy. That's why it keeps curving. Hey, loser. All right, let's not get crazy. Wait, I'm literally wrecking him. Hold on. Wait, I literally gagged him. Hold on. There's a what? Red? Huh? Merry Christmas, Michaela. Thank you so much. Thank you. Me when I go to the underworld? True. Where are we going? What's in here? Oh, we go uppies. You want uppies? Hello, everyone. You're pranking me. I'm not falling for your pranks. Oh, really? This is the early game? Me when I do the early game now. Hey, everyone. Girl, climb. True. Kind of like it though. I think I watched Talos play some of these parts. I saw Talos play like a little bit of this game. That's all I saw. I think this was it. I'm not sure where to go. You losers. Well, now what do I do? Oh. Oh! Worth. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your message. How far into the game are you? I've got it, but I'm still struggling to get into it. Yeah, I'm pretty, I would say not very far in, but I think we've sunk maybe at least 10 hours in so far. Okay, maybe that's a little exaggeratory. Maybe 8. Oh my god, please don't do that. I'm not sure what it wants me to do right now, but I'm doing something. As of right now, I take fall damage from very high heights, but I think this is the part it wants you to do. Like, wants you to go down here. I see a tree. Girl, this is gonna kill me. I did see Talos play this. Remember this part. Jellyfishing, jellyfishing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. What? Again? Already reusing bosses? Wow. Oh my god, I do damage to this guy. I like the environment here. Nice. That was just the mini boss, though. Right? Like, usually each area has, like, more than just one boss. This is really pretty. That was like a cakewalk because we're so leveled up. This is just a side quest. Oh. That's the boss for this castle? Yeah, you look exactly like this, Safety. Hold on, let me get a close up. It's you. Merry Christmas. Hi, Safety. Love you so much. How you doing? You need a piece of an item you need from this castle, though? I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm sad we can't do that. I want to do... Gave me a letter. I don't know. I don't know. I'm lost. Lost and confused. I just want to fight like a big guy and have a quirky time. For real. That was me earlier. I was like, can we go? Like, I gotta go. I got a basketball game tomorrow. Oh, I need... This is how you get further in this area? Well, how do we get this? I want this! I want it! And how do you set out at sea? Because it looks like we have to go in the ocean. Like, how am I supposed to do that? Like, look at that right there. Someone's rowing the boat. One half of the... For this thing that I'm at right now. It's in this castle. This is too much. What? Penis, 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 penis. Oh, wow. It's called the Grand Lit. Hold on. Grand Lift of Dectors. This colossal structure joins regions. However, on your first visit, the lift is sealed. It requires a special artifact. Left and right can be found in Mistwood, inside a chest atop the tallest tower in Fort Heights. Oh my god, there's an interactive map. Mistwood. Where's Mistwood? We were just there, weren't we? This is Mistwood. I have no waypoints in Mistwood. Great. That's awesome. It's here, and there's a fort in Mistwood? Is there? I don't remember seeing one. So this. Okay, work. So this. And then we found in Dragon Barrow. Where is that? I don't even know. We haven't even been to Dragon Barrow, have we? No, you're lying. That's so scary. Oh, that's scary. I don't want to go behind the dragon lady. The way my stream almost just crashed, I have no idea why. Anyways. My graphics card's stuttering. I don't know why. It's in the eastern, so well, let's just go to this first one before I forget. Let's go here. Best option is probably this. Don't WTF me. I'm sorry for confusing. No, it's fine. You're helping me out. I'm just confused. Like, I'm confused with the map. I don't have my glasses on, so like, you're not confusing me at all. Trying my best. What is that? Sure, let's try it. Work. That was beautiful. I think that'll kill me if I drop. Oh, maybe not. Let's see. So stupid. So silly and quirky. Hello? Can we relax? Safety, I want some Dunkin' Donuts. Who's with me? Safety, I know you're with me. You know Dunkin' Donuts is open on Christmas and my stepsister has to work there today? Just to go in at 5 in the morning on Christmas. I was like, that's terrible. Actually, speaking of, I might go with her. Hold on. Can I come with to Dunks at... Yeah, I kind of want to get food, but I don't know if they'll be open. Like, do they open at 5 or 6? Probably at 6, and they're just like there to prep. So I don't even think I could go and be like, "What's up?" But it's like I'm gonna be awake, so. I love a dragon fruit refresher. They're the best. Me and my mom always get them together. Right? So weird. Yes, Red. You get it. You just get it. Exactly. Hello? Guys, I need to get something here. Can you please move? Don't make me angry. Gentlemen. You won't like me when I'm angry. Gentlemen, please. So where? Oh, that's so sad. Hello? Are you okay? Just looking around and I'm getting flamethrower on me. Yes, me too, Safety. I order like a bunch of the hash browns and then when I get home, I cook them even more. Exactly, you get it. Oh my god, it's like Rapunzel. It's atop the tallest tower. Hello? Okay. Oh, Rapunzel, let down your coochie. Sorry. We found it! Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, then the next one's at the Dragon Lady. Right. So anyways. Hello? I don't know what that is. Hello, I'm scared. This area scares me. Like, unironically scares me. This area scares me. Scares me? Scares me. Did you guys know this area scares me? It scares me. Girl, please. Get up. Stand up. Shut up. So where is it? We, like, just walked past it. Like, I don't know where to go. Oops. I mean, we definitely have to go this way. What is the button to... Okay. Hop on that horse. Oh, I think I found it again. I know I lied. Oh my god. Is this not her right here? No. Mother of dragons, where art thou? That's a rock. Well, you can't blame me. She's the same color as the rock, and I like ran up to her and I thought she wasn't even alive. You can't fault me. Oh, is this a grace? Work. Can you please? Mama Dragon. I make 500 Game of Thrones references like Shangela did on All Stars. That was too much. Me when I want the joke to land. No, literally. Am I going I don't even think I'm going the right way, guys, if I'm honest. I'm fully going the wrong way. I'm so... I literally can't because I'm in combat, but I know I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. I can't. I'm so... I can't. This is stupid. Sorry, there was something in my throat. Just a little something something. A little snack for later. I know, I'm so embarrassed. No, literally, that's what I'm doing, Safety. I'm like, where the fuck am I right now? Like, what is happening? And then I walk into like a giant fucking monster and I'm like, oh, hello, nice to see you. Okay, we're finding the dragons, so we're on the right path. Everybody keeps saying slay the dragon. Why would I do that? That's mean. She's literally dying. Until she gets up and I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Stop, that's so sad. She's literally dying, guys. I feel so sorry for it. Okay, there's no reason to yell at me. I didn't do anything. I literally didn't do anything. So it's in this building over here? Yeah. Little pot. Who's the little pot? You got a little pot? You got some pot, Safety? Does your boyfriend smoke, Safety? I would assume so, but I don't know. Yes! So is the giant dragon lady, is she actually one hit or is she not? Because if she is, I'll kill her. But if she's not, I'm not. No, she's a tank. Okay, you guys are nasty for trying to trick me into literally killing her. What the fuck? Who said she was one hit? You guys are nasty. Gaps! Oh, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, Angel? Happy to see you. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. She's dying. Okay, she's literally gonna get up and smack me. Smack Cam. Like, why would you, literally, why are you all tricking me into thinking that I'm gonna kill her? I'm literally being nice to her. Like, happy holidays. Slay. No, literally, I was gagged. I saw that on the TL and I was like, huh? There's more that happened today. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Everybody, please follow my friend. I love them so much. I hope they're doing very well. But thank you so much for the raid. You guys want me to fight this bitch? I just want to know. She's big. Oh my god, the red eyes. I'm scared. I'm good. We'll do this another time, please. I'm out. I gotta go. Totally Spies, Stan. This is a potential mother. No, she is. Everybody wants me to kill her, but I don't want to kill her. The killer. Not a little off the top, guys. Please stop. I'm glad to know that if I was on my deathbed, you'd be like, all right, guys, kill them for some EXP. I'd be like, what? Who said that? I am not. You can clip this, and then when we kill her one day, you can call me a liar, but I do not want to kill her. I am not gonna kill that potential mother. She's queen. Let her be queenly in peace. So where do we put the pieces? Taking a picture. Nice. Let's do it, baby. I'm excited. Oh, I do this? That's what Finn Balor does, I think. No. Who does that? Someone does that in WWE. Oh, AJ Styles does. Oh! He's redacted. Oh! Oh, Shayna does too. You're right. AJ does too, though. She's also redacted. Oh! I think they both do the thing with the hands. I think AJ does his fist, and then Shayna does just this, because she's the queen of spades. So she's trying to make, like, a thing. So where are we going? Where is this taking me? Where is Miku and her journeys traveling to? Hello, good morning. I'm a new woman. Hi, everyone. Hi. So, hey guys, oh, the way I clocked him so fast. His grippers. Calm down. Smack him. Boop. I just got here and it's like, let's do this to you. Okay. Girl, I'm not trying to get this. Please. I need to literally go save it a grace. Alright. I don't want to fucking lose all my progress. Where is it? I feel like something's gonna smite me from the sky, like I'm scared. Not a grace insight. Girl. Hey guys. Real. The way you're in this area so early. I'm quirky. We're gonna go back down, but it's fine. I want to at least get a fast travel point. No, I didn't. What the fuck? Hello? So I'm just gonna walk past one and you're not gonna tell me that I passed one. We are streaming this together. Help me. It's literally not here. There's not a save point. I'm being gaslit. Look, I'm being gaslit. There's nothing. Stop. I'm literally being gaslit. Oh, I see it. You should probably sleep for at least 4 hours. I got 4 hours and I went to my family gathering, so you should at least like lay down for a little something something. Now under. Well, now I want to get the map thing. So why is this area too, like, is this late game? Like, I don't understand. Like, why am I in this area so early? What is that what are the implications of that message? Isn't it a free roam game? I can do whatever the heck I want. Hello? Oh, wow. What the? Hello? Huh. How quick? I mean, I'm just a god. So... I'm just so good at this game. So where's what's her name? I didn't press that. My boobs, please. They look all funky. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I think I want to at least talk to Ranni. Exactly. She's to the left. Like, far left or like... What? Like right here? You're lying. Well, where's the map? Okay, I'm a little nervous. A little scared. What happens if I do this? Oh, watch this. Outfit reveal. Change your outfit, Mimi. Change it around. So... Right. Anyways. How do you even get up? What the... I hate these lobster crab bitches. Get away. What the fuck? Real. Why did the jellyfish rob someone? Yikes. Laggy. Are you for real? Girl. She has her own castle? Huh? I thought she was in the last castle we did. Oops. Okay. We should have. Someone can go back and watch the VOD. Just kidding. I don't think I'll do her castle today. I just want to at least get the waypoint. That can't be it right there. There's no way. Moose, thank you for the follow. Girl. Oh, no! Okay. No. No. You just said to ignore you. I also don't know what you guys are talking about at all. What was that? Ma'am. Please stop. Ma'am. Girl. Stop. Stop this madness. I've had enough. What? Hello? Please. Oh, the blue nail? You know I'm blocked. Oh, right into its... the Handasi. You what? Ew. Stop this madness. Oh my god, church. Hello? Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please. Boys, simmer down. The way I haven't gotten a single piece of armor this entire game. It's camp. Hi, everyone. True. The armor's just not giving. And it needs to give for me to slay. Can you all F off? Bruh. This is literally how I would play if I didn't have God mode on. I would literally just run past everything. Well, this looks fun. Okay. Oh, gagged him. Oh, clocked. Get back in the pool. Get into the pit. Are you done? Oh, I can't see. I can't even see what the name is. I didn't know her name was Lorena. Work. I would like to use that bow. Where is it? How do I even like equip my spells? Because my spells won't swap. Oh. That would make sense. Work. Now I want to try my spells. Ooh, pretty. Ooh, that's fun. Hey, stop. I was doing my thing. Oh, fierce. Oh, that's cunt. Oh my god, that's so cool. I love that. Where's the way that we entered? Did we enter through the gate? Or did we walk down? Or which way? I'm lost. Three sisters. And the three sisters are who? I'm scared to find out. There's 3 towers? Where do you see 3? Oh, so we have to do the other two and then her. I see, yeah. Oh, lovely. Girl. This reminds me of the final level for Sonic Frontiers. Girl, I'm really not fighting that dragon. I will literally insta-kill it if I have to. Like, literally get out of my face. Me, I'm not gonna do her temple right now. Also, me does it. Work. I'm hooked. I'm interested. I'm cooped. I'm gagged. Oh. I know. I've seen people cosplay. It's honestly a good game to 100%. I really liked it. Oh.
A tarnished here.
Hi, Queen.
Thou must have some business in mind to come all this way. Though I have no memory of inking thee an invitation. No reason in particular thou claimest. Intriguing. Wilt thou enter into my service?
Yes.
I am the witch Ranni. I stole death long ago, and search now for the dark path, that I might one day upend the whole of it, and rid the world of all that came before. Well, has that roused thy interest? I see. Thou art a rare sword, but I require as much of those under my command. I anticipate good work from...
Queen.
Good. There is, in my service, I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Take from him the particulars. Ah, and there wilt thou find Iji, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts also. Heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure in gaining from them. I'm sure the others will...
Okay, okay. Some form of direction. We slay. So there aren't other towers? Hello? What is happening? So real. All right, I think that's where I'm going to call it today. For Quismos Eve. Oops. Thank you for being here, everybody. I'm enjoying my time with Elden Ring. So we're gonna keep playing it. But I am gonna end stream. I'm gonna take the day off tomorrow to enjoy myself. I hope you all have a happy holidays. So I will be live again on the day before the subathon, which is the 26th, and then the subathon is on the 27th until you guys stop giving me subscriptions. So I will be playing Elden Ring the next stream we have, after we do the Mario Party at the start of the stream. We usually start with Mario Party and then it leads into Elden Ring, which I'm kind of liking that routine, which is kind of slay for me. So that's the schedule. During the subathon, we're gonna play Bayonetta 2. We're gonna play more Mario Kart Wii, Mario Parties, a lot of different just like party games we'll be playing here on the channel. We'll just like throw in a bunch of games, and then Elden Ring, of course. But yeah, I'll be back on the 26th and the 27th, and then throughout however long you want me to stream for. So so make sure you come back. Let you guys have a happy holidays. I'm gonna end stream right here. I hope you guys have a great night. Enjoy all the content creators. Send love to all your content creators. And send love to your families. And I love you guys. Thank you all so much for making it a Merry Christmas for me. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys on when's the next day stream? I don't know. I'll see. I said the 26th, 27th. I don't know what day that is though. Saturday, Friday? I don't know. I'll see you guys later. Bye everybody.